Okay. We all good to go? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brad Bradford. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee, and we have quorum, and so I am now calling meeting 4 to order. Let's get started. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in person here at City Hall in committee room number 2. City Hall is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting. The public is also welcome to continue participating electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being held and live streamed at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee at toronto.ca/council and by clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you're registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. I continue to ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting, although now that we're in committee room 2, AV is pretty good. We have an incredible group of staff in the room to help us with that and make sure that the meeting runs as smoothly as possible. The city clerk has provided all the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. Do we have Councillor Crisanti online? Okay. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the number and nature of the interest. Okay, I will make a declaration. I have a conflict of interest on PH 4.5, our Plan Toronto, recommendations on 45 employment area conversion request final report. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file in this report, and I have submitted written notice to the clerks and will ask our Vice Chair, Councillor Fletcher, to step in when we deal with that item. So we are now good to proceed with the agenda review. We will start. He's online? He's not here. No.
I just want to confirm. I thought Councillor Crisanti was online.
We have not seen him.
Oh, he's not at the meeting. Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we will proceed with the agenda rundown. So we have PH 4.1, creation of a Woodbine Special Sign District, Ward 1. Does anyone want to hold that?
No, but I'd like to vote against it.
Okay. You want to do that right now or do it?
Ordered.
Yeah, I mean, I can move the recommendations in the staff report and we can record a vote.
So all those in favor of the recommendations in the staff report, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Malik, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Councillor Fletcher. That item carries.
Great.
Sign areas are.
Thank you very much. Item 4.2, 1117 Queen Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We do not have any speakers on that. Do we have any questions? Okay. We move the staff recommendations. Okay, I can move that. All right, all in favor? Carried, great. PH 4.3, 1123 Leslieville Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section. Did I just say Leslieville? Yeah. Okay, certainly Leslie Street, not Leslieville. Property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We do not have any speakers on this. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll move to staff recommendations. All in favor? All right, carried. PH 4.4, 1871 and 1879 to 1885 Weston Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We're going to hold that for speakers. I'll hold that down. PH 4.5, our plan Toronto, recommendations on 45 employment area conversion request final report. That's time for 10 a.m. We have speakers and our vice chair will be handling that. PH 4.6, affordable housing and transit oriented communities update. We have speakers. I will hold that. No.
Sorry, that's information.
That's, they're not going to speak? Nope. Okay, to clarify, that is a report for information, so we should actually have not signed up speakers on that. So
So you could either defer to the next meeting to give notice to people so that they could speak, or you
let them speak.
could receive the information.
Okay, we'll just. Hey, oh, hey, Vince. We'll just receive that for information then. We can't have speakers on it.
Have you tell Margaret.
So, yeah, that's number 6. So Mark Richardson, I don't know if you're here, but we won't be doing speakers on that, and we'll reach out and connect. So that's a report for information. Okay, so we're going to hold it.
So we're going to defer for the next
You
meeting.
have to defer it for questions. because
Oh,
it's an
really?
information report.
Okay. Okay, so do I need a motion to defer it? 1 second?
Counselor Fletcher moving a motion.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you want to move that? Okay, Councillor Fletcher is moving a motion to defer for 1 cycle. All in favor? Okay. PH 4.7, that's mid-rise buildings rear transition performance standards review and draft update. I'm going to hold that. PH 4.8, city comments on the proposed provincial planning statement. We're going to hold that down for speakers. And PH 4.9, I need a motion. I will move a motion. This is closing the gap in our rent gap compensation. I have to add motion to add this as new business to the agenda. All in favor? Okay. And is everyone okay with the recommendation here from Councillor Moyes? If so, we'll just move that and dispense with it. All in favor? Carried. Okay, excellent. So we have a few minutes here.
Heritage staff are here if you want to do Weston Road.
Okay. Councillor Nunziata, we have heritage staff here in the room. If we want to ask questions.
I just have 2 questions to Heritage and
So we're going to do, this
number
is.
4.
Yeah.
Number 4. I don't believe the speaker is here, right? Do you want to call to see if there's a speaker?
They are here? Okay. They're online. Okay, so we'll start with this item then. All right, this is PH 4.4. 1871 and 1879, 1885 Weston Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We do have 1 speaker, and I understand they are online. Farzi Jalali, Castle Point Numa Inc. Hi, Farzi. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will start the clock once you're ready to go.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Farzi Jali. I'm the Director of Development with Castle Point Numa, representing the owners of 1871, 1879, and 1885 Weston Road, including the Weston Park Baptist Church and WPBC for short. Back in 2020, WPBC issued an RFP and selected Castle Point Numa to assist with the expansion of WPBC program and creation of a center for community. We are collaborating with WPBC as 50-50 partner to proceed with the development plan that includes this heritage building. And as part of this development, this heritage building will be relocated and reused as a commercial space. If the development plan will not proceed, WPBC will retain ownership of the church as is and will continue to use the space as a place of worship. We have been in close conversations with the heritage staff, and we are collaborating to identify some of the heritage attributes, specifically the interior features that's listed in the SOS, to come to a common ground to ensure we are on the same page with the heritage staff for the future plans of this building, which is in partnership with WPBC. I'll leave it now to the committee to continue with their questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Do we have any questions of the deputant? Councilor Nunziata, do you have questions? Okay. Well, then we'll take it into committee. Thank you for joining us this morning. Do we have any questions of staff? Yes. Councilor Nunziata, over to you.
So I just have two questions to Heritage, and I understand that the applicant is working with you and want to continue, and that both parties have agreed to defer the item. Am I correct?
Yes, we were. I was in conversation with Farsi and their heritage consultant. Again, sorry, it's Tamara Anson Cartwright, Program Manager. I apologize for not introducing myself. I have been in a conversation with them. This was a bit of a unique situation, Councillor, because it's an active place of worship. In regards to that, staff will be prepared to remove the pews and the raised altar so that we can assure that we're not impinging on their right for a place of worship, and also in future to facilitate this extraordinary project and adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So, I mean, I guess my question is, so did you just say that you're, because my question was to ask about the pews, if they have any historical significance. So did you just say now, or did I miss it, that you're okay to remove that portion and of the report?
Yes, Councillor, we identified them as having significance, but in this circumstance, because it's an active place of worship, we can remove those attributes so that there is a right for them to practice their faith.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad, because that was the question I was asking, because as you know, we've been working on it for a few years, and I just didn't see the significance of pews. I mean, the building, the church itself is being designated and is be part of.
It's a lovely interior, but
there's going to be a community center, affordable housing. Okay, so then thank you for that, and I appreciate you working with the applicant and coming to that solution. So at this time, then, if I can ask staff to draft up the motion, and if it's not ready now, then is it ready now? Okay, the original motion? Yeah. Okay, so I'll put it on the screen.
Okay, we'll just see if there's any other questions.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, speakers? Councilor Nunziata?
Okay, yeah, so I'll just move the motion. This is a good development that's happening at Western Lawrence. The community is in support of it. We're actually in the process at the planning department. There has been community meetings. The church itself is part of the applicant, and they've been very active on moving this project forward. As I said, it started about 5 or 6 years ago, actually. It's right next to the Go and the Up Express at Western Lawrence. So I will move that motion, and Heritage is in support of that motion. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Let's just have a vote here on the amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended? Carried. Okay, that is done. Thank you very much. What can we jump to here? I'm holding that. That's going to be. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Okay, I think we're going to start with number 8 first, so we can work through those speakers. We have a number of deputants on PH 4.8, which is city comments on the proposed provincial planning statement. First speaker that I have here is Victoria Harding.
Many items before them, and they're assuming that they're going to be a little later, correct?
Well, we see if,
So can we just stay in the order of the agenda?
no, we're
Why
going
not?
to, well, I'm going to have a questions on point 7. And
Why
we're
don't
working, we're holding it down because we're working on motions. So that's not going to be ready. That's not going to be quick.
So let's go to 5 then.
Okay, we can do that if you want. Are any of these speakers here? That's right. Okay. Okay, we will wait for the next 3 minutes and then start at 10 o'clock.
Perfect.
All righty, so we are at 10 o'clock, so we will be continuing with item PH 4.5, our Plan Toronto recommendations on 45 employment area conversion requests. As indicated at the beginning of the meeting, I have a conflict on this item, so I am going to leave the chair here and turn it over to our Vice Chair, Councillor Fletcher, for the balance of this item. Thank you.
Oh, that'd be thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vice Chair Councillor Fletcher, stepping in for Councillor Bradford, who has a conflict on PH 4.5. And we have quite a number of speakers today on this item. Fred Kourneff, Brenda Lebretz, Manny Souza, Adam Brown, Aaron Ginsberg, Shilpi Sarah Unterlinden, and Paul Scribner. If there's anyone else who's here that wishes to speak, please let the clerks know. So can we have our first speaker up, please, is Mr. Kourneff here. Fred Kourneff.
He's online.
He's online. Okay. Happy to get started.
What do you need?
Can you hear us, Fred? Are you teed up?
He needs to unmute himself.
You'll have to unmute so we can hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Great,
Yes.
thank you. You'll see the timer on the screen. Okay, please start.
Fred Kourneff here speaking, and I want for your time to speak on this matter of proposed zoning change 125 Queensway. I represent the Ontario Food Terminal Board, the TWPA, the Toronto Wholesale Association, all the farmers and wholesalers at the Ontario Food Terminal.
Fred,
Yes.
it's very hard to hear you. Maybe you just need to get a little closer to the phone, or you're breaking up a bit. Can you keep
Okay.
going? I'll let you
I'm on
know.
my laptop.
Pardon?
On my laptop. Is that better?
Yes, that's better now. Thank you. Please proceed. Or why don't you just start over again? I'll start your time, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time today to speak on this matter of the proposed zoning change of 125 the Queensway. I represent the Ontario Food Terminal Board, the Toronto Wholesale Produce Association Board, and all the farmers and wholesalers that operate at the Ontario Food Terminal. The terminal was designated provincially significant employment zone by the Ontario government back in October 2019 because at any one day, approximately 5,000 employees work at the food terminal and many thousands indirectly throughout the province in the agri-food industry. Many employees work for wholesalers and food processors in the agri-food business that work in Etobicoke and the surrounding terminal. The lands surrounding the Ontario Food Terminal are just as significantly important to on which the terminal is located. The city recognized that the Ontario Food Terminal and surrounding lands play a pivotal role in the agribusiness for years, and the city supported the designation of the terminal as provincially significant employment lands back in February 2019. The Ontario Food Terminal is relied on by independent grocers, restaurants, and many others, and ultimately regular Torontonians throughout the city of Toronto. The terminal plays a large role in permitting small business to compete against much larger and chain business. The terminal allows residents of Toronto to access a wide variety of fruit and vegetables within walking distance of where they live. The food terminal also plays a fundamental role in food security and equity role. The terminal is used by organizations as Daily Food Bank, Daily Bread Food Bank, and Second Harvest. As a major residential development proposed right next to the entrance of the Ontario Food Terminal, it would adversely impact the operation environment for nearby businesses at the terminal and vitally and the surrounding area. Pressure on traffic, anticipated complaints by residents about our facility, like noise, will eventually hurt the long-term stability of this essential employment land. The Ontario Food Terminal relies on continued existence of employment land surrounding the terminal by produce wholesalers and other businesses that support the terminal. The loss of this employment lands, which at 125, would serve to put pressure on our lands here. The City of Toronto should reject this proposed conversion to non-employment because it does not strike an appropriate balance. We appreciate the city staff recognize the problem with this conversion request and recommending against it. I also appreciate that Councillor Amber Morley, our ward councillor, has also recommended against this conversion. Finally, the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association, the Ontario Produce Marketing Association, Ontario Greenhouse Vegetable Growers Association, Second Harvest, and the Farmers Market Association all oppose this conversion. We recognize the need for housing in Toronto. We also know that the residents of Toronto need a place to work and eat also. That's all I have to say. If there are any questions, I'd be free to answer some questions.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Yes, I do, Fred, and thank you very much for coming and re-advising us about the importance of food. Your operation is, when does it start in the morning? I think it's a pretty early start, isn't it?
3 to 3:30.
3:30? Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you're telling us that because of the hours of operation, putting residential right beside, now everybody's going to get calls, stop the trucks, it's too noisy. This is one of the reasons why we have these lands set aside in the way that we do. I think you also know that, don't you? Very well. So your advice... 2019
a move from the maybe think of moving this facility and realize how important this location is to us, City of Toronto and Ontario.
Is it hard for you folks because there's always somebody trying to rezone right beside you and you're always a bit nervous that now it's going to happen and it's a very big conflict for this most important industry that you represent? Are you always just a little concerned with these conversion requests immediately beside the food terminal?
Always, and I know they'll never go away, but it's a major concern here.
Pardon me?
It's a major concern, and we know this will always, there'll always be pressure on the property.
I think the city has stood pretty firmly behind you for the food terminal when that was up, but you'd like us to stand quite firmly with you on ensuring no incursion into what I'll call the zone of operations for your food terminal, correct?
Because the more pressure, just put more pressure on it.
Great. Thank you very much, Fred, for your contribution today, and for feeding us all. Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next deputant, Brenda Lebretz, former deputy city manager. No, former head of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Am I right? Pardon me?
Sorry, yes, that and economic development.
Oh, and economic development. Oh,
That was my
economic
first
development.
love.
So you certainly understand the importance of employment lands. And Mr. Souza, are you making a separate?
No, we're
So you're together. So this is on our speakers, Brenda Lebretz and Manny Souza. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. Obviously, my name is Brenda Lebretz, and I'm here with Manny Souza. We're representing the Scarborough Community Revitalization Organization on behalf of our president, Larry Whatmore. SCRO is an organization of engaged volunteers that works to connect, promote, and renew Scarborough, so Scarborough can be strong and prosperous in all ways. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments on city planning's recommendations related to the city's municipal comprehensive review of employment lands, long one, and the 150 requests to convert land designated core employment land areas or general employment areas in the OP for non-employment uses, predominantly residential. We have been monitoring this process since it started in 2020 and have received key feedback from our residents and business leaders, because we represent both residents and business. Our community wants to have strong and complete neighborhoods with affordable housing and opportunities to work and thrive within our own areas. We strongly support retaining employment lands for the jobs they bring to our area. As noted, Madam Chair, I started my career in public service in economic development for the City of Scarborough, and after amalgamation became the first general manager in economic development. As such, I'm keenly aware of the need to protect employment lands and probably have been fighting for that for many, many years. For the benefits they bring to the community overall. Some people think it's just business. No, it's not just business. It's the jobs and people that are affected by that. Over the years, our city has been through many economic structural changes, including COVID, which has impacted where and how we work. First thing I remember is NAFTA changes, and that really disrupted branch plants, and we had to hustle and change how we adapt it. But nonetheless, we still needed the employment lands. Same with COVID. Nonetheless, the need for employment lands has and will not disappear, as has been witnessed in our employment areas in Scarborough, essentially over the past 3 years. A good example is the significant growth recently experienced in the Tapscott employment area in northeast Scarborough, an area that is kind of challenged by transit, so having local employment is pretty important so that they can get to work, live and work within their area. As a country, we have learned through COVID that we need to take back control over our ability to supply our own citizens with essential healthcare products, medicines, and I would say even essential foods and products, now that we can see that from some of the things that are happening with lettuce and supply chain issues. So where will these businesses locate? I say there's an opportunity here. We have the skilled labor, and we have an advantage of a very great and diverse workforce, and why not have it stay here? So SCRO is generally supportive of the recommendations by the Chief Planner in the second in a series of 3 reports related to the redesignation of employment lands for predominantly residential use. We are keen to see the City of Toronto retain areas for employment right across the city. Having heard just the food terminal, I do remember the days when they were threatened even back 20 years or so, or 30 years or so. This is important for the whole City of Toronto overall. In this particular report, we focused our attention, Manny and I, on the 6 Scarborough conversion requests. So they're listed in my deputation, but it's the conversion request 40 at 55 Milne Ave, 43 and 67 in the Golden Mile. That one I'll address a little bit separately. 66, which is Shepherd Avenue, 87, which is Shepherd Avenue East. They're both in the similar area. And 89, which is Midland Avenue, and 799 Milner. So the assessment of all 6 conversion requests, I believe the report was well done and was comprehensive and reflected the areas really well. We strongly agree with their findings, particularly as it relates to compatibility of uses and the need to retain our existing businesses and attract more to these areas through the retention of them as employment areas. Providing a stable and productive operating environment for business is critical. We do have concerns with Golden Mile area conversion requests 43 and 67 in that we recognize it is under change, and as a transition area, our only concern is really that to have some mechanisms, some strong mechanisms in place to ensure the community services continue to be delivered. I know there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of work done. We just like to see it delivered. And the same with the employment opportunities. We really want to make sure that there's some mechanism in place that we can see employment continue to happen in that particular area, which is historically used to be a very strong employment area. Lastly, employment. Sorry, I apologize.
As you're the former act dev, I'm going to let you finish your thoughts. Please finish up. Thank you.
Almost done.
I'm almost done. I apologize. Lastly, protecting our growing employment areas is about our residents, providing them with job opportunities. And as you're well aware, over the next 30 years, 700,000 more residents we need at least another 450,000 more jobs. So we need places to put our people. And we know not everybody will be working from home. And we certainly know as a destination for newcomers that these locations offer sometimes the first opportunity in Canada to get a job, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Manny and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Yes, Councillor Carroll?
So save me a little time here, because you spoke to all the Scarborough sites, and I'm wondering if you can comment, because you both have economic development expertise, of the importance of having, if you're building a lot of higher order transit, which is happening throughout Scarborough now, the importance of having a balance there. You don't want to, yes, you want to put riders on a subway, but the principle is still, I believe, it shouldn't all come from, I'm getting on the subway from home. You want some work there as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry, Manny, why don't you?
No, it's like it's a circle here, because if you have jobs, we have the people. If you have jobs, you'll have transit. So it goes around in circle, that it all ties in together, that having employment areas where people live, they don't have to get on the bus, ride for an hour to get out to the West End or come downtown and stuff. It's all in the same area, and that will start developing more and more transit as people will go, say, from, whether they're living on the south part of Scarborough, working in the north part of Scarborough. So.
Yeah. So if we look at it, and I think we can, if we're talking about saving employment lands, it's not just the subway that's right now under construction. There's some of these sites, I didn't look up all of them right now, but some of them relate to the future Shepherd subway. Some of them relate to the future expansion and extension of the Eglinton Crosstown. Some of these sites hit all of those new transit lines eventually, do they not?
Oh, yeah.
They do, and certainly from my perspective, having Shepherd Subway come along and getting people to work quicker, if you're just building housing along there and you don't have, you got to have destination points, right?
Right.
So it's just from my perspective, Scarborough's been deprived for years on the transit side. And trying to get from Northeast Scarborough anywhere is a huge problem, and it always has been. So making it easier to keep people on a live-work perspective, and then
Right.
give them the opportunities to go elsewhere.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll just ask that same question, because when there's higher order transit, a lot of people feel, oh, we just have to have residential everywhere now. But your point is that Scarborough is actually, I call it the jobs basket, much of it, for the city. There's a tremendous number of good value jobs in your employment areas. So are you advising us just to be careful that we don't have whole-scale conversions because we have transit, and to be very careful with these very job-rich areas which serve a lot of the residents of Scarborough?
And I'll just chime in on Scarborough is a destination for a lot of newcomers, and and a lot of the jobs that they're looking at, they don't understand and they don't know where to go to get jobs. If it's in their area, it just makes it perfect, and it makes a destination that they want to be a part of. So almost like a complete community there. Live, work, even play.
These employment areas, though, are for higher order employment, as we know. They're not fast food. They're
Yes.
manufacture, wholesaling, transportation, important key industries for the economy itself, not the service industry. Am I reading you right on that?
Yes, absolutely. And as you can see, driving up through Tapscott employment area, it's a very big range. And in fact, many of it is an anchor for the housing industry. So I'm supportive of affordable housing, and I'm supportive of employment. It's all about balance, and transit connects all those pieces together for sure. But at the end of the day, you're not going to have affordable housing if you can push the businesses out that actually help you create the housing, like whether it's the the batch making cement companies, or those things are in Scarborough, and those things do make help the city keep their costs down. So yes, absolutely.
I have quite a few batch plants in my ward too. You were just talking about the Golden Mile and the the notion of community benefits. It's a very major project in Scarborough, and the notion of good jobs for those who maybe haven't had access to high-paying jobs or construction jobs. It sounds like that's something that you would support quite a bit.
Yes, and we've been engaged with the developer there around some of that through SCRO. And there's at least been some conversations around that, and some work that we're prepared to do. There's a number of our community serving agencies that are keen to get involved as well. So 100% behind that concept.
Thank you very much, and it's very nice to see both of you in your retired roles here. It's fantastic.
Volunteers.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Jamal has some questions. I'm sorry, Councillor Myers has questions. Thank you. Sorry, Jamal.
It's okay. Yeah, I know. Hi, Manny. Hi, Brenda. Thanks for coming down today. I'm just curious. So we talked a bit about how this area along Shepherd specifically will be the site of high-order transit, whether that's the Eglinton, the expansion of the Eglinton Crosstown, or the currently underway Scarborough Subway. So there will obviously be a lot of pressure to have some sort of rezoning of those areas. What would you like to see in terms of finding that right balance between making sure that we're creating these high-order jobs, while at the same time making sure that we're building the residences that we need to justify the transit that we're building?
Well, I think Brenda mentioned it's that balance. You know, it's a balance where you have not only affordable housing, but you have jobs that are within the vicinity. So you don't have to, travel an hour. Like, I live in Scarborough. It took me about an hour and 15 minutes just to get downtown, and this is during rush hour traffic. So you imagine if you had to, take a job out in the West End, and you live in the northeast part of Scarborough, it would take you 2 hours. And we've heard stories, and people have told us about taking 2 hours to get to work and 2 hours to get home. That's not right. So it's that balance where you have not only affordable housing for a lot of people, young people, as well as newcomers, but you have jobs that are within that vicinity as well. It creates a complete community as well. So.
Great. And just one final question. Your name is Scarborough. Did you change it to Revitalization Organization?
No.
Okay.
It is Scarborough Community Renewal.
I like the new change, though. I'm just wondering if you could just sort of expand on the importance of sort of keeping these high-end, high-order employment opportunities in Scarborough, where often residents have to travel 2 hours in order to get access good-paying jobs. Just how important it is for the community.
It's critical to our community overall, and for the whole of Toronto. I mean, we're one city, and every part of the city plays a different role. And Scarborough has a great opportunity, as well as in Etobicoke, North Etobicoke, and of course down in Paula's area too, that there are, balances of opportunity that serve the city overall. But let's think about, and when I'm thinking self-servingly around Scarborough, the lack of transit today, it's going to take a long time for that transit to get there. And there's people, young people now that need those employment opportunities. So having those, entry-level opportunities that can build into something else is really critical to have that within. And plus transit, I mean, the length of time to get from one place to another, time is money. Like, if you're a young kid and you're only making minimum wage, that's like an hour and a half to get one place to another is just, that's unaffordable. They could be working that to get a little bit more money in their pocket. So from an affordability perspective, it is critical to continue to have that. Plus, they're thriving. They're in good health. They're great businesses there. And I'm sure our economic development team are doing a great job of making sure that they're reaching out to them and connecting with them so that they have opportunities to grow. And quite honestly, 80-20 used to be the rule 80% of your growth came from 20% of your companies that are already in the city. You work hard with them, they'll grow and stay with you. So I still believe that, and I think that you're right, it's about the people and the employment for them.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just say again, so nice to see you this morning. Thank you very much for being here. Our next deputy, Adam Brown. Adam Brown here. Oh, he's online. Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, can you hear us? Yep. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking today here on behalf of Northern Developments. And they are a major office developer in the city of Toronto who, when they can develop office buildings, they do so. And they've had a significant impact in the office industry in all areas of the city of Toronto. This particular site, which I think you see on the screen outlined in red, is in an area that is, in terms of office, not viable. All those yellow dots that you see with the numbers on them are all residential developments that have either been approved and built and or recently approved and to be constructed. And this site, which has excellent locational attributes in terms of being adjacent to the 404, the 401, Shepherd to the north, the subway, and there are no incompatible adjacent manufacturing uses in the area. They are office uses. This application that went in 2021 already had a failing office site of about 200,000 square feet with vacancy rates at 17% then and rising since that time. The pandemic has been seen to change the way staff are going to their offices. They're shrinking the size of offices in many areas, and even your downtown is having this issue, let alone an area like the 404 in Shepherd. So this is a site that our client proposed to redevelop with a residential development, and originally was saying they were trying to keep the office development on site, and over the last 2 years have realized that is just not going to be viable. So the proposal they have that's before the city, which we'd ask you to reconsider in terms of the recommendations, is to add residential development, originally looking at 5% affordable as part of the development, and saying if we can remove the office development in the middle here, our client would increase that to 10% for affordable rental housing, which is in dire need in the city. We also have provided a public park, which is double the size of what would be required at 20%. And with all of the landscaping around, we'd have 34% of landscape open space throughout the site. So this is a site where I would say to you that there isn't viability for office development to continue here. I have an office developer who, if they had that opportunity, would do so. They've shown themselves to do that over time. And this is also a development like many others that are following the new provincial policies and growth plan amendments. And one thing that I urge you to consider is they've had first and second reading of policies that say for office development, not manufacturing, not industry, but for office development, that ought not to be considered an employment use that has to be retained on site. They can be considered differently. So I think that the reports that have come forward from staff, in my respectful submission, ought to consider that. And we have an office development that is failing in an area that is not a vibrant office development area. We have no compatibility issues, no manufacturing. And in light of the new PPS and growth plan policies, this is one of those sites that, again, ought to be considered, especially given the fact that we have a client who's offered at the outset to give 10% affordable rental, which I think is significant, and again, all the other things that go with it. I thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll has questions.
Good morning, Adam.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad. I have a bit of a problem with your map. However, I'm wondering if you want to describe it with a little more detail. It has a lot of dots on it that say these are either residential applications or already completed residential, but I think it's important to point out that some of those dots on your map are conversion requests that are similarly on this report, along with the site you spoke to. And so they're far from being fait accomplis. They're on this very report with a recommendation that no, we should not convert.
There's two of them that are
That's an
conversion
important
requests.
detail, is it not?
Well, it is, but only two of those dots are conversion requests. The rest of them are approved or built. So the one beside us is a conversion request, and the one beside the Harari Center. Other than that, they are approved
Oh, I could have missed
and or constructed.
Well, actually, I actually see more than two dots there that are conversion requests. They may not be in this report, they may be in the next phase, but the other thing that I think is important to highlight on this site, and is in fact highlighted in the report, is the city has gone to considerable expense following the last MCR when the consensus opinion of province and city alike was that the residential mixed use, I should say, sites should be along Shepherd frontages and Victoria Park frontages. This is a site that has neither. And perhaps that's something that the secondary plan set out to articulate. What do we do in those lands that don't front onto Shepherd or Victoria Park?
So that was a process about 10 years ago. And since that time, within the last year, the province has reconsidered that with their growth plan and PPS policies. And I would suggest to you that those policies, again, starting 10 years ago, are not relevant for what we have now in terms of the actual economic realities. I mean, it's, I remember, I'm going to date this, but about 30 years ago, I was a junior on a file in the motel strip. And when they had all those arguments on the motel strip, and a planner named John Bousfield stood up there and said, it's not a field of dreams where if you plant it, they will come. And, we could want to do office on this site all day long. The market has changed. It's telling us that there is a different demand today than there was even 5 years ago. Things have changed. And I think we have to recognize that. And I think the province in their recent passage of the PPS and growth plan in the first and second reading have recognized it. So not the same as what happened in the last 10 years.
That's as may be, but would you see that where A-class office space may not be the market, that employment is still the goal, and so a conversion doesn't always have to be from office to residential. It can be office to some other employment use?
Look, if you could, I always say it this way. If you can propose to a client who likes to do employment uses and has funds that deal with that, some other suggested use, we're all for it. This is a sophisticated client, Northam. We've been in the business for a long time. And again, it's, those other uses that people suggest, I don't know what they are, self-storage, I guess. I mean, I'm thinking, out of the box, because not manufacturing, because they don't want to come to this location. You're not going to, by redesignating it something else, change the way the market conducts itself. You just won't.
Okay,
We'll see. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Brown? No, thank you very much. Next, Deputy Aaron Ginsberg. And after Aaron is Shilpi, if you're here. Is everybody here? Aaron, is this you coming up? Great. You have 5 minutes.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for the time, and I do appreciate the attention of the committee. The report in front of you, I'm here today as an individual. I'm just a concerned citizen who's looked at this report, and I think the report in front of you is a very good report. It reflects staff doing their job. Council has made clear direction that you want to preserve employment uses. This report allows you to do that. So I commend staff on the report. It's thorough, it's exhaustive. But you as members of this committee and members of council have a different obligation. You can decide to change your mind. You just heard from the previous speaker about the economic realities of office space in the city of Toronto right now. And I would urge you to look more deeply at this report. There are a number of sites in this report that I think staff's recommendation make all the sense in the world. You heard from the Ontario Food Terminal speaker. I appreciate his comments. I think he's right. Protecting employment in that area makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of sites in this report that don't come to that standard. They don't provide that higher order of employment use that I know councillors of this committee and councillors on council generally think of when they support employment lands. There's about a dozen sites on this report that are suburban strip malls. That's what they are. They're retail shops, usually chains, chain restaurants. And while the people that work in those places are important, we can put those uses, we can integrate those uses into housing development. We can add housing to these sites on major streets with good transit access. We can integrate them. We don't need to choose one or the other. We have an opportunity today, you have an opportunity today, to think about a little more critically, a little more on the detail, and say, okay, let's look at these specific sites. It's kind of unfortunate we have 45 sites in front of us, because they're not all the same. There's different circumstances in each one. Staff have gone through and they've given some recommendations. They've objected to housing on rationale that they haven't applied in the past, frankly. They talk a lot about schools in this report. Council approved the Two Kings strategy, built out Liberty Village, didn't put an elementary school in it. We converted employment lands, created a brand new neighborhood. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It could use a school. Staff isn't wrong. But that was never a problem for this city in the past. It's never been something that prevented us from building housing. So it's a little cynical, perhaps, from staff to include it now. We have an opportunity. Councillor, Madam Vice Chair, you have a Loblaws in your ward at 17 Leslie in this report. You have a Starbucks on the same site. These are not higher order employment lands. These are employment uses that could easily be integrated into a new housing development. It's across the street from a wonderful neighborhood in Leslieville. It's near both the 501 Queen, but also the new relief line. These are opportunities to add housing. And you heard from the last speaker about offices. I think there's been reporting in the media this week. It's going to be 2041 until the surplus of offices in the city is addressed. Maybe we need to have another look, Councillor Carroll, with all due respect, at that office park where you have 4 different conversion requests in this report. Take another look at whether that office park is going to be viable, whether that office park is going to be a ghost town in 5 years if we don't do something to change its use. It doesn't mean we don't do office replacement on that site. It doesn't mean we don't preserve the jobs. We can do both. We have an office replacement policy in the city. It's a good policy. So there's nothing stopping us from preserving these jobs at about half the sites on this report. It's about 50-50. 50% of these sites are industrial sites. Let's protect them. There's the other 50% of the sites in this report. I urge you to take a closer look and actually go on Google Maps, go take a look at what jobs are actually being provided. And if we could integrate those jobs, because we don't want to become a bedroom community. I agree with the members of this council on that point. But if we can integrate those jobs into a development, that's a win. I live in a mixed-use area. And I understand the fear because my mixed-use area is becoming increasingly a residential area.
20 seconds.
I understand the fear, but there is an opportunity for council to do better in these areas, even if we move in mixed use, preserve those employment uses and residential uses, do both, and build a city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you have a question.
Yeah, I will ask this question. Sorry to ask so many questions, but as I was mentioned by name in this deputation, what do I do with the fact that for business parks just like that one, which is set up in a brilliant place logistically because it's at the nexus of 401 and 404, and people are actually inquiring as to whether or not it has potential for wet lab use, which does not mix with residential sitting on top of it, but significant people are interested in that. And if we don't leave employment areas for things like wet lab uses, we're competing with places like 2 cities I've recently visited, Houston and LA, where if I drive out into the suburbs, what I see are signs that say, we will incentivize and expedite wet lab uses. That's what we're competing with for jobs. What do I do about that?
I think, again, I think my point is to review each site critically and take a look at that business park as a whole. You know, I happened to be in that park twice this weekend. I had my niece had a recital at the Armenian Youth Center, and then I went for dim sum at a restaurant in that park.
Yeah, not exactly a dead park.
It's not a dead park.
Right.
But if we don't do something about it now, if we don't change the way we think about it, I have no problem incorporating office use. Again, we have an office
For wet lab uses.
If you can get a wet lab in there, that'd be great. It'd be the first heavy manufacturing site in that area.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, madam.
I just have one question, Mr. Ginsburg. Do you understand what core employment is? How many core employment areas are there in the city?
I'm not an expert. I'm not a city planner. I'm just a person that read the report.
Yes, but
looked at the sites that
you're
are
advising us on area. Are you aware that Loblaws is in a core employment area, not simply in one of 16? Question, are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
You are aware, so you know what core employment means? Means no residential, period, full stop. You're aware of that?
Yes, in front of you is a conversion
Sorry,
request.
I'm asking, you're aware of that?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
ma'am.
That's my only question.
Thank you.
Next is Shilpi Seraph Unterlinden from the Bigley Area Group. You here? Here, going online. Okay, there you go. Nice to see you. I'm going to give you 5 minutes and I'll start the clock now. Thank you. Oh, it says Julian Misser on here. Is that, no? Is that, what's happened? Oh, sorry, we're just getting you up back on the screen. There you go.
Okay, hello.
Okay, off you go. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to make a quick note before I start. I will be speaking to 2 separate properties today, and I had submitted the request in accordance with the requirements. So the first property, sorry, to introduce myself, my name is Shilpi Saraf Outerlinden, and I am a planner with the Bigley Area Group. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 1530 and 1536 Midland Avenue in Toronto, requesting council support for an employment land conversion for the site as part of the city's MCR process. An employment land conversion request was submitted to the City of Toronto in 2021, as well as a formal response to the city's preliminary assessments of employment area conversion requests, Group 3. Pardon me. So the site is located on the northwest corner of Midland Avenue and Midwest Road. There is an existing employment area to the north and to the west, known as Dorset Park area. To the east, of the site is a residential neighborhood, and the area directly south of the site is a mixed-use area complete with residential and commercial uses. Being between existing employment, residential, and commercial uses, the site is well poised for future development. With respect to the policy context, the site is designated general employment area on the eastern portion of the site and core employment areas on the western portion of the site. The site is currently host to a 1-story commercial industrial building, and it is the owner's ultimate objective to develop the subject site for both employment and residential uses. To achieve this, an employment lands conversion is required to facilitate a mixed-use residential development within the eastern portion of the site adjacent to Midland Avenue. This ELC proposes redesignation of the eastern portion of the site to the mixed-use areas, as this designation is better suited to the lands in proximity to the residential developments to the east, as well as the mixed-use areas to the south of the site. The western portion will be maintained as employment lands with the general employment area designation proposed to act as a transition from the existing industrial uses to the west and the north and the proposed mixed-use lands. Now, a conceptual development plan has been prepared to show the transition of general employment area, and I believe everyone got a copy of the presentation. The general employment area is demarcated in purple and mixed use area in red. The proposed development would facilitate employment protection and creation, not just the removal of employment. The western half of the property contemplates a 2-story employment building, which supports the creation of more than triple the employment opportunities currently available through both the mixed use and general employment area designations that are proposed on the site, according to the employment area impact study prepared by Urban Metrics for the site. Furthermore, our client is willing to relocate existing tenants to the proposed western employment building. In support of stimulating the production of new private sector rental housing supply in Toronto, approximately 244 residential purpose-built apartment units are proposed in a 25-story tower located on the southeast corner of the site. At the very minimum, the owner is committed to providing 5% of these said units as affordable rental units, despite not being located within an inclusionary zoning area. The site, we believe, represents a logical area for employment lands conversion, as the mixed use and residential land uses already occur directly east and south of the site, comprising of high-rise residential apartment buildings, townhouses, single detached dwellings, and mid-rise apartment buildings. The site therefore proposes to provide for an on-site transition between these uses and existing employment areas. Therefore, if approved based on the current proposal, it would clearly establish the site as a limit of conversions on the southern end of the employment area, rather than setting a precedent for further conversion. The employment land conversions request facilitates the objectives of the city's official plan, as it supports the harmonization between otherwise competing land use designations that we've heard about in previous presentations, and enables the employment and residential intensification, which are both cornerstones of the official plan. I would like to conclude my delegation by reiterating my request for the committee's support of an employment land conversion for the subject site located at 1530 and 1536 Midland Avenue in the city of Toronto.
20 seconds.
I would also like to thank staff for their immense efforts through the MCR process and the preparation of the recommendation report. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. Is there any questions for? I don't see any. So thanks very much for being here today, virtually. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Paul Scrivener, who's with us in person today. Mr. Scrivener, please step up. I think you've been here before.
Yes.
And you have 5 minutes, as you know.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here in person. For the record, my name is Paul Scrivener. I'm the Director of External Relations for the Toronto Industry Network. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to depute. TIN endorses this staff report, and we commend the Economic Development and Planning staff for a lot of hard work. You know, it's been arduous, but we're very satisfied with the product. And we found it quite interesting to have the Hempson analysis. This was very, very helpful for us. And so I just wanted to remind everybody, TIN members, there's about 20 of us. We all have facilities in Toronto, and we make a whole lot of things that this city needs. And we make vaccines, we make concrete, dairy products, sugar, corrugated packaging, tissue, paper towel, silicone, gelatin, snacks, petroleum products, fiberglass insulation, welding equipment, and plastic conduit and electrical components. And what we do also is very well is we export. And we export primarily to the U.S., and that brings real wealth to Toronto. That's U.S. dollars. And that's like the tourism and the film industries. And so we really, really contribute to the economy here. And the other thing is, given the world uncertainty and supply chain issues, it's really important to make stuff here. And this has been driven home through COVID, through all the world turmoil. There's been some talk about jobs for employees. Some of our companies start employees out of high school at $80,000 to $90,000 a year, plus paid benefits and vacation. It's hard to get people to work in manufacturing, and it is a good job. And when you're making that money, you can afford housing. We need a wide range of job opportunities, and manufacturing is part of that. And we're a firm believer that we need a strong and healthy socioeconomic environment here. Chief Planner has said many, many times that there's enough land for affordable housing, other types of housing, without using employment lands. And that is true. And that meets all the provincial requirements. And so why are we looking at these conversions? It's because developers find that industrial land is cheaper than other land. And so you buy it, you sit on it, you wait for the right moment, and you apply for your conversion. And it is a death of 1,000 cuts. And it just goes on and on and on. We talked about the food terminal. Well, I well remember Mr. Christie employed 450 people in this city. Intergenerational factory, and it's gone because we allowed condominiums across the street on Park Lawn. And the very first person moving into a condo called the Ministry of Environment the next day to complain about the truck noise because of the 24/7 operation. So we're going to put something else in which is much more modest, but it is a shame. So we need stability. If we're going to reinvest in Toronto because our factories do need modernization, replacing equipment and stuff, we come to a fork in the road and we have to make a decision. And if we have a condo development within 300 meters of us, or a school, or a place of worship, that causes a problem. And so our multinational members say, we could do this in Kentucky just as well. We put it in a truck and we send it to Toronto. And that's the challenge we face. So we have to jealously protect our employment lands.
You've got 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So I urge you to approve the staff recommendations to council, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and pleased to answer your questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Scribner? Councillor Myers.
Thank you through the chair. Hi, Paul. Nice seeing you. Just to follow up on something you talked about on the, I'm just wondering if you could explain more on the pressure it puts on land values for industrial uses. If there's this idea that if I just hold on to the land long enough, I can eventually convert it to residential use. How does this affect our competitiveness vis-a-vis other places?
Well, you start to get chunks, parcels of land within employment lands on the fringes of employment lands. They're being held, and they may have manufacturing on them currently. They're being held for the day that a conversion request is going to be made. And this means that if I'm a manufacturer and I'm trying to find land additional land to expand or put a new facility on, it's not there. And the vacancy rate right now is basically zero in employment lands for manufacturing. It's a real problem. And so you have lands held by developers, you have other uses which are not industrial, places of worship, sports facilities, schools that may or should not be there. And so this is, it makes it difficult. And let's be certain, we want to be in Toronto. There are a lot of advantages of being here. Labor, transportation, the whole synergy of having service industries that can look after your operation. And we say, well, you know, the fringes of employment lands, you know, they really don't count. Well, that's where service industries can go. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but.
No, that was great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? You just mentioned the low vacancy rate. Is there a percentage that you're aware of? It's very tight now, isn't it? Oh, it's zero. Okay.
I mean, it's a little more, it's ahead of zero a little bit, but it's tough to find a parcel of land in Toronto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scribner.
You're welcome.
Have one more deputant who's just signed on. It's Jeff Cattell from Fontra. Mr. Cattell, are you there? Oh, not on yet, just signed up, going once, going twice. going 3 times. And I'll just say to Ms. Sarah Itterlinden that, who thought she had more time to talk about a separate property, that deputants get 5 minutes. And you have to squish all your properties into all that 5 minutes. So sorry that you finished your 5 minutes. We can't give you that extra time for that. Mr. Cattell, maybe he thinks he signed up for a different one because he's a residential. This is a residential residence group. Pardon me? He's got office there?
I was just saying he often has audio difficulty. I don't know
Yes.
if he's resolved that.
Anyway, he's not here, so that's off, done. All right. Thank you very much to all the deputants who are here today. Very good information, observations, thoughts. And now we're going to move this into committee for questions of staff. Any questions of staff? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I wonder if staff want to make the big comment first, which is something that Mr. Brown mentioned. We're approaching this in the way that we normally do, doing these periodic reviews. It's time to look. We set out a notice on if you have a conversion request, bring it now. We're going to do a comprehensive review. But there have been some provincial policy, I wouldn't say fully statements. I don't know if they're entered into legislation yet, but there are rumblings from the province that this exercise might change, the nature of it, the results of it might change due to provincial legislation. Mr. Brown alluded to it. I wonder if staff want to comment on whether or not this is a worthwhile exercise.
Through the chair, it's very much a worthwhile exercise in the context of the planning regime that exists today. Mr. Brown may have been alluding to a planning regime that's been proposed through Bill 97 and associated changes to what is now being called on a draft basis the provincial planning statement. We have another report on that on the agenda. It's number 8.
Right.
But it is not in effect,
Right.
so it doesn't apply.
Right. So in the absence of that, it doesn't apply. So we still have a planning policy and economic development policy, and those are what guide the review of these properties.
That's correct.
Okay. And with respect to the secondary plan for there are 6 properties in today's report that are all within the Consumers Next lands. Does that plan remain in effect, save and except I think there's some outstanding appeals?
Yes, it does. I believe it's in force. I'm looking at staff. That was a comprehensive planning exercise undertaken with both nearby residential communities and, importantly, all of the constituent businesses in the Consumers Next area. There are 22,000 jobs in that area, mix of certainly office, but other kinds of jobs. And as you pointed out in your comments, centrally located in not only in Toronto, but in the GTA at the confluence of 2 major highways.
Yes.
Almost can't get a better place to, yes. And I would just generally point out that the nature of employment is constantly changing, it's ever changing. So the strategy here throughout this exercise is to maintain a land resource that enables the city strategically to be in a position to house businesses that come and go and change over time. And we've seen that recently through the pandemic, where certain businesses may disappear, but other businesses have emerged, especially incubators. And Mr. Scribner pointing out the low vacancy rate. So all in all, there's a very strategic thing that the city does, as you point out, every couple of years. And importantly, it in a cliche kind of way makes the city very, very strong and diverse because of all the connected reasons for having, I think it's about 400,000 jobs that are in our employment areas. So very strategically and vitally important. They pay 12% of our taxes. With the way the finance is going, I don't think we want to give up on that kind of revenue. And our gross domestic product, a large contribution to that. So all in all, and for many other reasons, vitally and strategically important.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I've just been advised that, and I'm sorry to do this to you, members, that Mr. Cattell has made it through, pierced the veil of the technology here today. So we're going to hear his 5-minute deputation, and then we'll go back to the questions. Is that fine with you all? Yep. Okay. Is he available now? Thank you. Mr. Cattell, you're on. Thank you. Your timer's on. Are you on mute? It's okay.
Oh.
There you are. Thank you. Please
Okay.
start.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm with Carl Burton Fripp. I'm co-president of the Leaside Residents Association. We've reviewed the report and we support its recommendations fully, as many of the deputations today do. At a citywide level, concerning the 45 employment area requests, it recommends refusal of the majority of the requests in order to protect the system of designated employment areas. And in particular for properties located in the Leaside industrial area, recommending refusal of the 4 conversion requests this time around being located in that area. The 4 Leaside ones are 60 Overley Boulevard, 85 and 115 Laird Drive, and 106, 109 Vanderhoof Avenue, and 11 Redway Road, which is currently a Loblaws, huge Loblaws store, right next to the sewage treatment plant. Some of the key considerations in our support of the refusal recommendations. Absolutely congratulate the staff on a fine report. They really have picked up the key planning, geographical, locational, convergence and transitional issues that are relevant to the individual analyses. From a Leaside resident perspective, we will also add that from the perspective of Leaside as the first complete community designed by Frederick Todd in 1911 and became a town in 1913, Leaside was planned as a live, work, complete community with a residential area and an industrial area. And we still have that today. And we want to protect sorry, the phone's going off. Protect the retention of Laird Drive as the historic boundary between the residential and the industrial areas, as defined in Frederick Todd's town plan. And secondly, to retain Vanderhoof Avenue on south of Eglinton as the southern boundary of residential encroachment, if you like, on formerly industrial lands south of Eglinton Avenue and east of Laird Drive. This was defined by the Intermunicipal Board in 2001, and it is now being filled out gradually with applications, the most recent one being Hyde Park at 943 Eglinton East. But that was defined as the southern boundary of the conversion, and we would see that as continuing to be the boundary. So when you look at these requests, they simply don't fit. And to convert, for example, on Redway Road, convert lands next to a sewage treatment plant is not exactly a good idea. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Cattell? No, thanks for making it through, Jeff, today, and for making deputation. I'll go back to questions of staff. Are there any, Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the deputations on the report as well. So my first question is just, I guess, confirming that it is a general practice at the city level to protect employment lands, and to hear a little bit more about why that's the case.
Thank you for the question through the chair. It is the policy certainly of the official plan that has been duly considered and reviewed several times over the last, I think, 10 years or so. This is the second full round of what we call a municipal comprehensive review, in looking at the totality of the question, do we need the employment lands that we have to meet our employment goals from the province? So, you know, we may on occasion, and council has considered on occasion, some strategic decisions to release employment lands, oftentimes through settlements and other matters, but they're very carefully considered strategic decisions which more often than not include an employment component. But otherwise, as I noted in my answers to Councillor Carroll, 400,000 jobs. These are places where essential workers work, often good living wages. Newcomers to Canada can find jobs in our employment areas. People can live close by, comparatively close by. In Scarborough, for example, I think it's 66% of the people who work in Scarborough live in Scarborough. I mean, there's an incredible connection between having this resource in the city for a myriad of social development, environmental, I could go on and on, and certainly the top line statistics around taxes that get paid, jobs, the diverse sectors that they support, and the contribution to the economy overall.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that what has been remarked on and recognized in the report is that it's a good report because the best work possible was done to protect employment lands as this review was undertaken. What criteria did you use for the 4 locations that you are supporting a conversion?
Maybe I'll ask our staff to get into that.
Thank you for the chair. Thank you for the question through the vice chair. The criteria that we use are given to us through the province in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. There are policies that we must consider. Is there a need? The viability of the surrounding employment area? Are there interjurisdictional or cross-jurisdictional issues if it's close to the border? Are there services for them? And so there's that layer from the province that they require us to satisfy, and then we have our own official plan policies, a slew of others, more detailed, more on the ground, looking at compatibility and mitigation and the issues with the interface between existing industry and the proposal. So there are many different considerations and criteria that we apply.
So I guess, will these conversions support employment in Toronto?
Through the vice chair, the goal that we're recommending is to secure minimum non-residential employment space within the conversion so that the lands and the development can still fulfill its economic function. So yes, in addition to securing some affordable housing as well.
And I guess just my final question is there anything else that we, especially on this committee, should be doing to protect employment lands going forward, given the depth and extent of your review?
Through the vice chair, there are many things that committee can do in terms of your careful consideration of these conversion requests and the deputations, and it's 13% of the employment areas are 13% of our city's land base, but have about almost 25% of all the jobs in the city. So it's just confirming that these are finite land base that do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of supporting jobs, and also hearing from our colleagues in economic development as well in terms of the economic value that these lands play for the city's economy.
Are you finished, Councillor? Yes. Anyone else? Questions? Councillor Myers?
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, I just had a question along regarding the McCowan Major Transit Station area, which will be served by the Scarborough Subway Extension. It was submitted on July 29, 2022 to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for approval. Do we have an idea as to when that decision will be received? And could you just sort of give a little bit overview on what was actually contained in that report or that request?
Sure. Through the Vice Chair. So what you're asking about is the city's delineation of the major transit station area for the McCowan, future McCowan station. We sent that up, Council adopted it in July of last year. We sent it up to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing shortly after, a week or two after. The ministry has had it for almost 275 days. They've suspended, the minister suspended his timeline to review. He has 120 days to review. It's been almost double that. So we've asked ministry staff. We don't have an answer of when it's going to come.
Thank you. And just briefly, what was the purpose of the MTSA request with respect to McCowan, sorry. Briefly, like, what were we trying to accomplish in that area with respect to these employment conversion requests?
Understood. Through the Vice Chair, what we are trying to secure is optimizing the public investment in transit there to ensure that there are a good mix of people, residents, and jobs to ensure that we're not creating, we're creating also where people can live and a destination where people can work at the same time. And it is one of those, as Greg mentioned, the strategic locations of where we would support a conversion, where we could support a conversion so that we can achieve multiple city building objectives.
Thank you. And until that sort of report is approved and we're going to be dealing with these conversion requests going on, what's the policy, or do we just are we approving these or reviewing these requests as if this has been approved already, or are we sort of taking them on as they come?
As Greg mentioned through the Vice Chair, this is the provincial legislation opens this window for landowners to submit. We kept a window open for a year. We received 150 of these conversion requests, and then we closed that window. Some have come through complete official plan amendment applications, but through this conversion request window, we kind of closed the door for new requests, and then we'll complete this process and we'll see what happens to the provincial framework under which we work coming soon, which may change that.
Okay, thank you.
And just to supplement that, this essentially becomes an official plan amendment representing a number of these conversion requests, similar to one that Council adopted last year, the one that's with the minister. So this is the second batch, and then there'll be a third batch to committee in July. So representing more or less the totality of the 150, and the approval process for these is with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you. So would something similar be undertaken if the Eglinton East LRT was to ever get started, because that has multiple stops along Shepherd, which would be directly adjacent to some of these sites?
Through the Vice Chair, and in our comments, we've been discussing two things: the conversion request OPAs and the MTSAs, which are separate. And I think some of your questions were with respect to MTSAs that are delineations around transit stations.
Okay.
So if and when, I would hope it's when, the additional transit is planned and funded, we would initiate MTSAs and delineations for new station areas once they get determined where they are, and we would follow a similar process when we know that they exist or that they will exist.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor? No? Then we'll move into speakers. Councillor Carey, you're here today. Would you like to speak?
I would. Thank you so much. I hate to correct a deputant, but there are not 2 conversion requests from Consumers Road Business Park on the list today. There are 6. or five within the park and one directly north of the park in the next nearest employment land. And the reason I'm so gung-ho about this is the history of that park. You should know that why is it in that perfect place? As you know, as cities build out, when I was a little girl, this was where you went to sit beyond the fence and try to sit close to a car that had their speaker out the window, so you could listen to a drive-in movies soundtrack. It was a huge swath of land with a massive drive-in movie theater on it. So it was one of the last places that the old city of North York could take and say, this needs to be a place of business because we need to lock down some employment around North York. We can't just be a bedroom community if we hope to be a real city one day. And so they started working on their city center, but they also started working on this one. It does sit where the 401, the 404, and the Don Valley Parkway meet. I can't think of a better place logistics-wise. But with the moving out of manufacture in Toronto, it has become more or less office work. But I have to take issue with the deputant who thinks that the community and our planning department and my office are not thinking about the future and the flexibility that it needs to have. Because here's what, against all odds, has happened in that park simply by being deliberate and policy focused and all for one for all in the community about making sure that we do maintain employment there. Against the invasion of places of worship that often try to come in and take over a business park. And so for a while we had to put in an interim control bylaw to stop that from happening. Then we got the second plan review. And so a business park, in the changing nature of employment, moving from large conglomerations of one company taking up millions of square feet of office space for just one entity, there are a number of small businesses in there, startups, if you will, along with American Express, Enercare, Shoppers Drug Mart / Loblaws, and a park that had. They were sounding the alarm when I walked in the door in 2003. The economic development officer who was in charge of that park at the time, Cal Benham, came to me and said, "You're kind of in trouble here." This park was designed and did for a while hold 17,000 workers, and now there are only 11,000. And with all of those types of challenges to it, today it has 22,000. You heard the chief planner name that number. There are now 22,000 people working there. And that is constant, deliberate focus on keeping your employment area. That's how that was achieved. Both the planning department and economic development constantly doubling down and saying, no, this is a business park. But we're not immune to the change that's happening in the world, which is why in the last MCR, we did go through a review and say we have to be realistic if a Shepherd subway, that time Shepherd LRT, is going to be here one day. And so an MCR did say if you have Shepherd frontage, or indeed, or along the Victoria Park corridor, which is will be another transit node one day. Yes, you can have mixed use and pay special attention to how deep into the park you're going, which is why one of these conversion requests is a deep residential application, but to observe and respect the consumer's next plan. That developer initially said, but obviously here deep in the site, we'll put office. And one of the conversion requests here is, oh, we changed our minds. I think that signals coming from a provincial government that is not valuing that a city only works if it has employment in it, and that you have to jealously guard that employment real estate or you lose it, and then your city doesn't function. Those are the signals coming from the province. We have to send a signal that we are not giving up these employment lands. We desperately need them if the city's going to work and flow with destinations and residents. You got to keep places like this. And I think, Madam Chair, I'll just wrap by saying the story of that little business park is really a canary in the coal mine for every other neighborhood that you see listed here and the properties within it that we need to keep for employment wherever staff have recommended that. Those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to address this? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, the Chair. On behalf of Councillor Morley, I'd like to address the employment area conversion request number 022-125, the Queensway. As stated by the previous deputant, this area is a very important employment area. It has direct proximity to the Ontario Food Terminal. Councillor Morley is strongly in favor of and concurs with the city planning report to retain the lands at 125 Queensway in employment as employment areas. Not only is this directly beside the Ontario Food Terminal, it's also directly close to the Humber Waste Treatment Plant. The area has poor access to high-order transit, and Councillor Morley would like to state that this will not create a complete community if this request goes through. I'd also like to add my support for this as well, and my support for the staff recommendations, particularly around the sites in Mai. There are three conversion requests, and staff's recommendation that these not go forward. And I'd just like to thank the staff for all their hard work on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No, thank you. I'll just have some remarks here. I have two motions. One of them is about the conversion request 127, attachment 2, the lands known as 6587 Heward, and just simply that we're going to bring this forward to the July meeting rather than today, so deferring that for July, first motion. The second one, which I asked the Chief Planner to assist with after hearing about the food terminal and some of the other locations, is City Council confirm the important role that areas of influence play in protecting the city's finite employment areas, including the lands around the Ontario Food Terminal, which has a zone of influence within which there could be potential for adverse effects, noise, odor, vibration, air quality, and others. In other words, that we're confirming, we understand in core employment areas that moving conversion of an employment, or in this case, food terminal, a large food store, to residential can have very adverse effects on employment itself. So it's really important that we think about that zone and be guided by that when we have a conversion request in front of us. I want to thank all the deputants for coming, and today, very interestingly, often in these meetings, we just have lists of people coming to ask us to convert, and today we had a number of significant deputations outlining and underlining the importance of core employment areas in the City of Toronto. For jobs, we learned that the vacancy rate is extremely low, not 1%, but maybe 0.001%. It didn't used to be like that, and we can see how quickly things can change. Would like to say these are really important assets in the City of Toronto, these zoned lands for jobs. And as I'd mentioned to, I guess it was with Ms. Lebretz, it was very nice to see her this morning, that these aren't service industry jobs. These aren't fast food job. These are what we call high-value jobs for the economy, whether it's wholesaling, manufacturing. They're jobs where they need space. They're jobs where they need transportation. They're jobs where they need to be able to make a little bit of mess and a little bit of noise and not have people on the phone every day to 311 or their counselor's office saying, that's noisy, that's messy, we can't have that. It really and truly, it just has to do with how appropriate those uses are. And why it's important to keep these boundaries and keep them intact is because the what we learned in our Ontario Municipal Board hearing for 629 Eastern, when it was turned down to convert to a large mall, it was called contagion. Contagion meaning once you start with one of these uses, and I think Councillor Carroll has demonstrated that really well today with that one little ask saying, oh, it's just one, everything's going to be okay. Our experience is it's just one, things aren't okay because one leads to the next one and the next one. And once you have that zoned and we've agreed, it's very hard to defend and maintain those other locations. So that is a really important lesson. And the other thing is, even though employment lands now are very different in value than they were when we first started learning, really acting to protect them in the film industry, residential values are much higher. So once you convert to residential, now everybody thinks I better convert to residential because my land's going to be worth a lot more money. And we hear about the 25% of the city's jobs sitting within 16 locations. It's not very much land use there, only 13% of the land base, and those are uses, as I've mentioned, for large-scale use. So I really think that this is a great report. I want to thank the staff for all of their work. 150 individual conversion requests, hard to do. And I know that all of your work has to stand the test at the OLT. It can't just stand the test for council, and I know it's done very well. So thank you, Mr. Chief Planner, to you and your staff. I'll move these two motions and move the report. Sorry, I have to do something else. Yes. Okay, so recorded votes on.
So we'll put up Councillor Fletcher's motion A, and we'll do a recorded vote.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion on the screen?
This is the deferral to July.
Councillor Crisanti,
Councillor Malik.
Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata. All those are in favor, so that's great. Thank you. And the second motion from Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata. That item carries unanimously. On the item as amended, also recorded vote. Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata. That item carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. It was great. Chair will be back, I'm sure, in a minute. He's probably watching, or might not be because of his conflict, but he'll be here back here shortly. I'll just advise this committee at 12 o'clock I have a commitment that I'll be stepping out for. Councillor Nunziata, are you leaving for a long time? Oh, she's looking for. Oh, are you collecting him? Oh, great, thank you. Perfect. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to resume with PH 4.7, mid-rise buildings, Rear Transition Performance Standards Review and Draft Update. I understand we have two deputants joining us today. So if we can start, I will call Aiden Thompson to speak to the committee. Do we have Aiden here?
He's not on yet.
Is Aiden in the room? Not online. Okay, we will move to Jeff Cattell from Fontra. Is Jeff in the room or online? Okay, very good. Jeff, I understand you're joining us online today.
Yes.
Okay, very good. We can hear you in the room. So 5 minutes.
Okay, great.
Over to you, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chair Brad Bradford and members of the committee. The staff report recommends that the Chief Planner and Executive Director undertake public consultation on the draft performance standards for the mid-rise buildings, the rear transition performance standards review, and later on this year, and report back with a final recommendation by November 21, 2023. Fontra, frankly, strongly supports this review. Appropriate forms of intensification through mid-rise construction are important ways for our city to grow. The lesson we have learned from extensive involvement in these projects is that careful consideration must be given to different types of locations. We agree that the 45-degree angular plane approach is not adequate. Mid-rise buildings and their fit is an important topic for neighborhoods, as well as for developers. The form of these buildings is important for neighborhoods and their economics are critical for developers. Other factors affect the economic viability of these buildings and they must be reviewed as well, such as historically the requirement for 2 exits and parking requirements. Fontra and its resident association members have participated in numerous OMB, LPAT, OLT hearings involving mid-rise buildings, including many mediation efforts where people actually sit down and talk about how to get to a better solution. And you get better fit with the community. Solutions varied widely depending on the particular context, but mediation has frequently allowed to get a final project that all agree, applicant included, was a preferable solution. Mid-rise buildings must be crafted to accommodate the different neighborhood. The generally Main Street topology at the front varies, as does the generally low-rise neighborhood at the rear. We are unable to provide detailed comments on the proposed guidelines at this time and look forward to participating in the consultations. Then the nature of the consultation that needs to occur necessitates a thoughtful and sophisticated approach so that mutual learning and accommodation on all sides can occur, similar to the kind of involvement that we've had with mediation through the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thanks very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks very much for the deputation, Jeff. Do we have any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any, I will say thank you very much for joining us today. Going to move on to our second speaker. Our second deputant, Aiden Thompson. I understand Aiden is joining us online. Are you there?
Hello all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to speak on this important matter. On behalf
Thanks,
of the
Aiden.
University
You'll
of
have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll start the clock, and over to you.
Thank you so much. So on behalf of the University of Toronto Students' Union, I am here today to discuss the review and draft update and present some considerations for the development of mid-rise housing in the city. Housing affordability is one of the most acute issues that our students face. For years, our students have struggled to cover the cost of accommodations on and near campus. Residence has never been an affordable option, pushing our students out to market housing where they're forced to compete with an expanding class of young professionals. Healthcare workers, lawyers, consultants, and bankers, all earning multi-digit salaries, are looking to rent or lease the same housing that our students need in order to attend their classes. But our students don't have full-time jobs. They got whatever grant money and loans they were able to get from the federal and provincial governments, which are far and few between due to the recent cutbacks, and maybe a part-time job where wages won't cover the rent like they used to. International students feel this most acutely, as they're already forced to bear the burden of tuition fees 10 times higher than that of domestic students, and don't have the option of staying home with their parents or living with high school friends. The situation is made worse by limitations on the type of housing that can be built across the city, but particularly in the university-adjacent lands. We've got single-family homes and towering condos with few options in between. The recent passage of the multi-mux motion will make an impact on the situation, and we applaud this committee for your vital work on that file. But more is still needed. We need to simplify the construction of higher density, missing middle housing, and we need to do it now. We all know the context we're working in here. There's a load of federal funding coming our way soon as part of Budget 2022 and Budget 2023. Some of that funding will go directly to the city, and some of it will go to nonprofit organizations. For the city, the housing equation is relatively simple. You have public lands you can build on and the resources and proximity to the planning department to get it done. But for nonprofit organizations, that equation is a little bit more complex. We have to navigate a complex network of red tape, rules, and regulations which are designed to maintain the status quo rather than adapt the city to its changing environment. We know the city is going to grow, and we know it's not growing fast enough for the residents who already live here. Student housing fills a unique niche in the city's market. Students make up one of the only populations that rely exclusively on rental accommodations, consistently renew their leases year over year, and will always sign short-term leases. When it comes to principled and pragmatic planning programs for the city, students must be treated as leading stakeholders in these conversations, and policymakers must encourage purpose-built student housing that meets their needs and the needs of the city as a whole. For the University of Toronto, that starts with mid-rise developments. We need the flexibility to build the type of housing that our students need to get them out of the market, alleviate pressure, and bring down the temperature on the rental market in the downtown core. This isn't just something that we want to do for ourselves. This is the type of project that can have ripple effects across the city and make a serious dent in the overinflated housing market. We've reviewed the proposed changes to the performance standards, and we strongly support any measure that will greenlight housing development at a faster rate. We've also reviewed the submission on this item sent in by More Neighbours Toronto and agree with the general principles that it outlines. Our one request is that we move faster. If there is to be a delay on citywide expansion of mid-rise developments, we strongly encourage the implementation of a pilot project in the university area in partnership with our local councillor and in consultation with the University of Toronto and local neighborhood groups. With this being said, we're not here to put forward any motions. Our intention here today is just to give thanks and make it clear that students will need more and that we will continue to push until we see the changes that are needed. Again, thank you, and if there are counselors who have any questions, we're happy to follow up one-on-one, and our contact info, I believe, will be listed in the minutes. Thank you.
Thanks for the deputation, Aidan. Let's see if you have any questions from committee. Any questions? Not seeing any, I will say thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, we are going to move it into committee. Any questions for staff? Questions for staff? Okay, I have a couple, and I will ask probably over to urban design. The intention of our mid-rise design guidelines was, of course, to encourage mid-rise design on our avenues. But we've only seen 136 mid-rise buildings constructed from 2010 to now. Of the additional 206 applications that were submitted in the 12 to 14 story range, I'm wondering how many of those have actually been built, and if you have that percentage.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Of the 12 to 14 story applications, we have 14 have completed construction, 23 are ready for occupancy, and another 20 construction work has started. And I will just add to the 11 or the 5 to 11 stories, another 70 of that number are work started. So those are currently under construction, but not yet completed.
So we had 206 applications in the 12 to 14 story range, and it was roughly like 60?
Yeah, 57 where work has started and 2 work has completed.
Okay. I appreciate the consultation that you've done on this. Did you have a chance to speak with any of the planners assigned to those active mid-rise development applications as part of the work?
Thank you. Yes, we solicited input from staff and managers from across the district to give us some names of both developers who they're currently working with and designers who they're currently working with on mid-rise applications to participate in the informal industry engagement.
And at the industry roundtable that was done, that you speak about, were there planners or architects or developers present that had experience using mass timber or other more sustainable methods of construction?
We did have some who are working in that realm. We've invited others who unfortunately weren't able to attend that meeting.
Okay. As it happens, this work is coming forward in parallel at the same time that Creatio are working to advance a rezoning application for a 10-story mass timber pilot project. Have you had any conversations as it relates to this work on the mid-rise guideline updates in relationship to the context of the 10-story mass timber project for Create?
So one of the urban designers working with Creatio was in attendance at the industry engagement, but nothing further beyond the industry session.
Okay. Would your team be open to a motion that would just be requesting that Creatio formally be included in stakeholder engagement for this work in order to take advantage of the opportunity to incorporate any lessons learned from the mass timber pilot?
Yeah, of course, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, very good. That's all my questions. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the report, and just have a couple of questions. So my first one is, do you see the draft Rio Transition Performance Standards update as the preferred path forward or a starting off point for consultations?
I'll just say that it's, we developed a draft because it's important to center the consultations on some ideas. But we certainly want to go to the public for a broad conversation on the issue. There's been a lot of experience with this over the last 10 or 15 years, and we're looking forward to a fulsome discussion.
Thank you for that. One of the main reasons for the current system is to protect sunlight and sky views, and at the same time, this report outlines the affordability and environmental problems terracing creates. How do you see the draft standards dealing with these potential competing priorities?
Through the chair, it's a balance of objectives, and we state that clearly in the report that we are still looking at transition between different scales of development. I think we'll always have that in Toronto. We'll transition between lower scale, medium scale, high scale. It's a common discussion point on many applications. So this is just a re-examination of the toolkit that we deploy to understand the methods of transition between different scales. And we actually have introduced and been introducing different alternatives. A lot of talk about the angular plane, but we've done it in so many different ways. I know recently on the Danforth, for example, we looked at a totally different approach, an innovative approach. And so this report really just frames, updates everybody on where we've come with mid-rise, introduces the ideas around alternative methods. And some of those methods actually come from our experience, but we're certainly open to understanding what other alternatives there are. Importantly, the work has done some initial examination on climate adaptation, which I think is one of the drivers here of understanding. And it ties into affordability, because if we can address, and the example of mass timber and other forms of construction, we can address this more head-on, then we can get that better balance of objectives that we're all trying to seek.
Thank you very much for that. And just my final question is, the report states need not meet all performance standards to be contextually appropriate. Does the draft standards hope to give leeway to planning staff, or do you have expanded but firmer rules in regards to what is appropriate?
Well, I think contextual appropriateness is always something that we would be looking at. I don't know, Shauna, if you want to expand on that concept.
Sure, thank you. There's upwards of 30 performance standards in the existing guidelines as it stands, so not all of them would apply to every single application in every single context. So that's sort of what that point was getting to, is that we're not going to be necessarily applying every single one of those guidelines to an application. And as Greg, to echo what Greg said, each of them has to be considered in their context as it relates to an application.
Thanks, Councillor Malik. Any other questions? We good? Take it into speakers. Any speakers on the item? No speak? No? Okay. I will be very quick here. I have two motions, if we can get those displayed on the screen. The first seeks to just amend the staff recommendations to expand the scope of the consultation to include all existing mid-rise performance standards, not just the rare transition performance standards, but have a conversation about all of that. And then the second motion, if you can get that up there, this just seeks to ensure that Creatio is included as part of the stakeholder consultation in the months ahead, so that any lessons learned from the mass timber pilot can be incorporated into the final recommendations. And since it's moving forward at the same time, I want to make sure that we're taking advantage of this opportunity with the timing to advance more sustainable building here in Toronto. So with that, I'd like to thank Shauna. Do you want, should I? Okay, I'll pause my time. Yes. I'm speaking.
Oh, you're speaking.
Right. Normally you would wait. Yeah, that's right. Very good. Okay. So I would like to thank Shauna and Amelia and all of the staff folks for their work on this. We've been moving quickly, and it's really important work for us to be doing right now when we're talking about housing and opportunities to bring more housing forward. And I think the proposal in front of us today is one to remove one of the more visible barriers that we see on many projects across the city when it comes to building new housing. And that, of course, is transitions and angular plane. And, you know, in my view, it's really the practice of slicing off new units of housing at each additional story in a way that reduces affordability and sustainability and housing opportunities. So when we go back to 2010, and we look at those numbers of mid-rise buildings that have actually materialized in the city, I think it was 136. That's really only 6 mid-rise buildings, you know, constructed each year across the entire city. And we all know that's not enough. So staff's work today, I think, recognizes the challenges that we're facing when it comes to building mid-rise here in the city, and the hopes and aspirations of being a mid-rise city, and, you know, updating our guidelines to reflect the challenges and the lessons that we've seen, the lessons learned over the past decade, seems like a prudent and practical step to take that will help facilitate more housing, more mid-rise here in the city of Toronto. So just want to say thanks to the staff team for undertaking this, and we'll have a bigger, broader discussion about all of the sort of changes and tweaks that we can make to unlock more mid-rise opportunities here in Toronto. So thanks very much, and that's it for me. Did you have a question about number one, or are you okay? Sure.
So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what your conversation was with staff about adding in, I guess, all these other dimensions to the review, and what that does to the intent of what was shared with us.
Yeah, it's the transition zones, which is what staff initially started working on, is one piece of the mid-rise guidelines. And so this is just looking at the mid-rise guidelines in their entirety and asking them to consult with everybody on all the aspects of the mid-rise guidelines. So it's just more fulsome consultation.
Is a full review of all the mid-rise guidelines necessary at this point? I know that the rear transition performance standards review is important, and we just heard from the chief planner about this particular issue and the many factors that have to be considered. I'm just trying to understand the additional.
I think so. I think when you look that we've only actually built on average 6 mid-rise buildings per year, there's something more to it. It's not just one thing, and it would behoove us, given the challenges of housing and supply here in the city, and the fact that mid-rise hasn't really materialized over the past decade. When you look at all the numbers since 2010, it would make sense for us to look at the mid-rise guidelines in its entirety.
And do we have evidence that it is the performance standards that has limited the building of mid-rise, or other factors that, you know, we've been trying to address as a council?
I think that's why we would ask people about it. I think that's why we would try and understand that.
Sorry, that doesn't answer my question. Is there evidence right now that the performance standards are the barrier to building of more mid-rise buildings?
The evidence that we have certainly is that we haven't seen a lot of mid-rise buildings built. Any other questions?
No, I'm going to speak. Can I refer this to the chief planner, clerk? This motion? Number one, yes, I'm going to refer that to the chief planner. Just because on the basis of looking at rear, now we're looking at everything. And I'd like to have back again some of the areas that would be considered under any review. Because there does seem to be a, yeah, I'll just let you confer there, referring it to the chief planner to bring back what the kind of scope of that consultation would look like, so that we're not saying we're opening everything up, and they can let us know what some of the impediments might be. We're not just, I'm sure they've heard. So that's what I'd like to do with that motion number one. That's the first thing. I think that would be helpful, because we've just added not just the rear, the entire thing. So I think we should just hear back about what those areas might be and have that conversation, and then go out for that consultation. And I will say that I think we really have to think about mid-rise. I have a fair amount of mid-rise, but only on certain streets. Councillor Bradford, you have quite a bit of Queen and Kingston Road. I have it on Queen. I think Councillor Nunziata, you have a strip there where there's some mid-rise, but it really is not because we're hampering mid-rise. People have always said, well, we want mid-rise on the Danforth. Why isn't there mid-rise on the Danforth? Those are small lots, and those owners of those properties aren't interested in doing that. Plus, you have to put sometimes you have to put a few lots together. I think that once you're ready to go, there's a lot of ability to have mid-rise. We've got a lot of applications currently on Queen, but it actually is something, and I think this would be helpful for the chief planner also, to indicate why these are in certain areas. I know in former deputy mayor's ward, Davenport, there was a lot of mid-rise applications. In my ward, mid-rise. But these streets are simply ones where somehow this is where the developers want to start. You can't make somebody build something. On Gerrard, I've been so open to having mid-rise on many of these buildings that are owned, long-time owners. People actually believe sometimes their real estate investment is their building, not being a developer. I think that all of us know those folks in our wards. These aren't large sites. This isn't a Loblaws. It's not a Sobeys. These are usually small sites that have been owned individually, sometimes in the family for many years. Coming to be to develop it is a big step. So I don't like it when it seems like we're slower because somehow we've done something wrong, rather than that kind of the conditions just aren't there for that mid-rise development, or that people aren't interested, or that they're finding that they need, 8 more stories on a small street. So there's some of those things that I want to hear back about what the scope would be before I just open that up to a big developer consultation on what they would like on our city streets vis-a-vis the mid-rise guidelines. So that is on the streets where we've had mid-rise. They're very successful. They're very tasteful. They're only on one side of the street because the sewer's only on one side of the street. It's very expensive to build on a site where you don't have services. But it has been Queen Street's transformed closer to the river. And the bigger density is in behind at Broadview and Queen, or Broadview and the river. So I just don't want to start off looking at things so casually. I would like better advice as to how to look at it. So I'm asking you to support a referral to staff, to our chief planner, and then we can go out with that consultation. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to need a recorded vote on that. Yeah.
Sorry, can I see the motion that Councilor Fletcher wants to defer? There was two motions you had, or are you referring both?
No, just the one. Just the consultation one to see what the scope would be.
I just have a quick review of that. Okay, so I guess, can I ask a question? I'm kind of just wondering, doesn't this describe the scope right there in the motion? Or are you looking for more information, Councilor, than what that motion is asking?
I'm just looking to, this one would say, open everything on the mid-rise guidelines and ask people, and I'm saying, let's hear from the chief planner. They brought in, check the rear. We want to make sure that's not an impediment. Bring us kinds of the things that would be taken forward to a consultation, because that's not described here in the motion, nor is it in the report.
Are you asking for a timeline, so we know when?
Oh, okay, sure, to come back, sure, could come back, refer and ask to be back in the fall meeting, September meeting. Next meeting's fine, next meeting after that's fine. If you want to put a date on it, it's fine with me. Fall, like September meeting of planning and housing?
I have a question as well for the mover. When you say it's not clear what they would be looking at, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, we have a report here on the rear mid-rise guidelines, and we're looking at what changes there might need to be, but there's a report. We're looking and saying, the chief planner, the planning department said, okay, we're hearing that. I think it would be important, and I'd like to hear, what are the other areas that we would be consulting on? Because we know we're consulting on the rear. What else would there be? And I don't know what they are, because you've added everything in now.
So have you read the performance standards for the mid-rise guidelines?
I'm very familiar with the mid-rise.
So that's what it is, and that's what the motion says.
Yes.
Is
but
consult on the performance standards of the mid-rise guidelines.
I still would like to have that scoped out a little clearer before we're going out and just asking.
I think, okay,
That's
so.
my motion,
So more clarity on what it means by the existing performance
More
standards in
clarity
the
on
mid-rise
what we would be
guidelines.
asking our development community to comment on and how we would do that. So I think that's fair.
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote. Councillor Malik, questions of the mover?
Yes, thank you. So we just heard from staff that the draft rear transition performance standards update is a jumping off point to have a more focused and centered consultation on what actually needs to be addressed in terms of competing priorities when it comes to this aspect of mid-rise buildings. What I understand from you is that if we're looking at all of the performance standards related to mid-rise buildings, that they should have feedback from the chief planner to give us that center and that focus to ensure that it is a meaningful consultation.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will have a recorded vote on all of these motions. So we'll start, I believe we start with Councillor Fletcher's referral to the chief planner.
Correct.
Okay, so recorded vote in favor.
All those in favor of the motion before you, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers. Any opposed? Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata. That item fails. That motion fails. Motion A from Councillor Bradford.
Recorded.
Which motion?
The main one,
A from
his
Councillor
motion.
Bradford. We'll put it on the screen. All those in favor? Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers. That item fails. Motion 2 from Councillor Bradford, or B. All those in favor of the motion before you? Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Sorry, Councillor Malik, Myers, how are you voting? In favor. Everyone was in favor. That item, that motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And we are on to, I believe, our final item, PH 4.8. City comments on the proposed provincial planning statement. We have speakers.
Mr. Chair, we have 5 deputants for this item. So if we have time, we can listen to the deputants and deal with this item after lunch, because we do have an event at 12:30.
I think we can get done. Yeah, I understand the 12:30. I understand that.
Well, okay, I'm just suggesting if we don't, we hold it, we deal with it after lunch.
2 deputants are deputing together as well. Okay, so let's start working through it. Okay. So our first speaker is Victoria Harding, Directors Guild of Canada. Hi, Victoria. Thank you very much for joining us.
Appreciate it. I'm Victoria Harding. I'm the Executive Director of the Directors Guild of Canada in Ontario. The DGC Ontario is a provincial labor organization representing key creative and operational specialists in the film and television production industry here in the city. We represent directors, assistant directors, production managers, location managers, production designers and art directors, production accountants, picture and sound editors, post-production supervisors, and all of their respective departmental assistants. These are just a few of the high-quality jobs in the film industry. In 2014, our membership stood at 1,560, and we are now at 3,717, which represents an overall growth rate of 138% in the last 9 years alone. This growth rate is attributable to the reputation of Toronto as a center of excellence in the film industry, and is the result of years of work establishing the skills and reputation of our workforce, now recognized globally. Production numbers here have increased. The scale, scope, quality, and recognition of our shows has increased. The number of people employed per show has increased, and our workforce is creating globally successful productions, receiving Oscar, Emmy, and BAFTA award wins and nominations, along with countless other craft award wins and nominations. In 2022 alone, DGC Ontario hosted over 158 professional development and training courses with over 3,500 participants, not including our outreach and training courses for non-members, which are programs that we develop constantly in response to requests from various levels of government to ensure sustained growth to meet workforce demands in our sector. Premier Doug Ford has repeatedly said that he would like to see the film and television industry in Ontario reach $5 billion in budget expenditure, and this cannot be achieved without Toronto as the major player. Given the important role Ontario's provincial tax credit program has played in building our worth in the global film and television production industry, it would be a shame to lose traction in that positioning. Loss or limitation of employment lands for studio and related workspaces to other types of development will hurt our industry and will create far less certainty that Toronto can remain a leading destination for producers. If the industry has to diversify its geographical base and move to other jurisdictions due to loss of studio lands and the related requisite workforce, this could result in substantial economic loss to the city and subsequently the return on investment to the province. Many of our members choose to live and work in Toronto's downtown and in the Kipling cluster. According to our data as of this week, 69.1% of our total membership lives in Toronto and are your constituents. Access to work for those workers is important. We've seen many of Toronto's former converted warehouse and factory studios disappear, but private investors have stepped up to the plate to create purpose-built studios to meet the needs to accommodate the demand for content creation here. We are manufacturers of entertainment, and we need to retain as much factory floor as possible, both in studio space and location access. And as such, DGC Ontario strongly supports the recommendations contained in the report from the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning regarding the proposed changes to the Provincial Planning Statement 2023. Prior to the pandemic, DGC Ontario moved to new premises at 65 Heward Avenue, moving from our previous downtown location into the Studio District employment lands on Eastern in order to achieve closer proximity to the studio workplaces of our membership. We created a convenient members hub for meetings and other gatherings, which also functions as a communal workspace for our members who work independently. This space alone represents approximately a third of our square footage. Since moving in, we have faced uncertainty due to rezoning applications on a property we invested in heavily after securing a 15-year lease extendable to 20, then 25 years. Conversion of the employment lands on which we are situated for convenience and ease of access to and for our membership could completely negate our purpose in moving to this cluster, along with the significant financial investment we made to gain that proximity. Our industry has also heeded calls to address climate change and to diversify our workforce to better represent the multiculturalism for which we are renowned. DGC Ontario has undertaken to support these goals wholeheartedly, establishing diversity and inclusion committees and a sustainability committee to work with industry partners, our national organization, and our fellow unions and guilds. If employment lands downtown that have traditionally been occupied by film production and related businesses are lost from centralized and accessible locations, this can result in more traffic as our workforce is forced out into the extremities of the GTA. We've worked hard to create more opportunity for future film workers. I am out of time, but you can read the balance of my letter. It was submitted through the portal last night. I apologize for going over.
Thanks very much, Victoria. Any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you. We will move to our next speaker, Cynthia Lynch. Hi, Cynthia. How are you? You have 5 minutes to address the committee. When you're ready, we'll start the clock.
Just need my glasses. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Lynch, Managing Director and Counsel at Film Ontario, an industry organization representing both unions and private companies in the province's film and television industry, the majority of whom live, work, and own businesses in the City of Toronto. Together, our members represent $3.1 billion of direct spending in the province, supporting over 45,000 jobs. And the bulk of this important economic activity takes place in and around the City of Toronto, representing $2.5 billion in spending annually and supporting 35,000 jobs for Torontonians. I am here today to ask that the committee adopt the recommendations in the staff report on the proposed provincial planning statement related to the film industry, specifically recommendations 3Q, 3R, and 4. We will also be making similar submissions to the province as we share the opinions expressed in the impact analysis prepared by Film Commissioner Marguerite Piguet that the proposed narrowing in the definition of employment areas will have a destabilizing and therefore negative effect on the industry. Employment lands are particularly well suited for the demands of our sector. As noted in Ms. Piguet's briefing note, which accompanies the staff report, they provide opportunities for the clustering of film businesses that make production more efficient and make space for the noise, odd working hours, and other attributes of the industry that don't always mix well with residential neighborhoods. And most importantly, employment areas provide job opportunities for the thousands of film and television workers who live in the city to continue to work where they live. Ensuring that film production is explicitly included in the definition of employment areas will protect the investments that have already been made in studio development in the city and encourage investment for the purposes of future growth. In recent years, some of the biggest players in the international industry, including the MBS Group, Pinewood Studios, and Hackman Capital Partners, have chosen to invest in new and expanded cities in the City of Toronto because we have demonstrated that we have stable incentives, well-trained on and off-screen talent, and support from a municipal government that understands the economic impact of our sector. Maintaining Toronto's reputation as a stable jurisdiction for film and television production is a crucial piece in ensuring we remain competitive in an industry that is truly global. We know from our own research on tax incentives that when local support mechanisms are eliminated or reduced, production activity falls dramatically, taking the jobs and the economic activity it generates with it. The same principle applies to certainty in land use. If studio owners lose the benefits of being located in employment areas, they will be less likely to continue to invest in Toronto and in Ontario. Whether the threats to the business come from unhappy new neighbors or increased competition for more profitable land uses, It is easy to see how investors would be likely to turn to jurisdictions with more investment-friendly policies. This is why we also support the staff recommendation to ask the province to maintain the current timeframe for consideration of employment land conversions. It creates some certainty for studio investors. We know that once employment areas are converted to other uses, those employment lands tend to be lost forever, making it harder for the industry to find spaces to grow and to thrive. Taking action now to protect those spaces will support the industry's growth and continued economic impact. As a provincial organization, we are obviously thrilled to see the growth of film and television production across the province. But the City of Toronto is truly the center of the production universe. Toronto is where we have the biggest workforce, the biggest cluster of production companies and companies that support the industry, and the biggest opportunities to diversify and expand the industry in the best possible ways. The city has made fantastic investments in training current and new Toronto residents to either enter the industry for the first time or to move up in this industry. My industry colleagues here today, representing the unions and guilds, have and will highlight for you the ongoing benefits of these investments. But at the end of the day, we all want the same thing: to see opportunities for these workers to find good jobs in the city where they live. Thank you for your time today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any? Okay, thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Peggy. Peggy Kirakadu. Oh, I'm sorry, that can't be right. I'm sorry.
That was very good.
It wasn't good, I'm sorry. And are you joined by, is this Angela?
Yes. Go ahead, try.
Mastronardi.
Excellent.
Okay, that one. So, sorry, so are you going to depute together?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. We'll start the clock and turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us today, Chair and committee members. My name is Peggy Kyriakidou. I'm the president at NABIT 700M Unifor. With me is Angela, who is the president at the local IATSE 873 local here. We together represent the two local labor unions that make up the technicians that work behind the scenes, the departments that are lighting, grip, hair, makeup, costumes, sets, props, construction, paint, special effects, transportation, and sound. The amazing work that we do here in Toronto is seen internationally, has garnered many awards through international awards through the CSAs here, Oscars, Emmys, and BAFTAs. We're here today to endorse the comments put forward by the Chief Planner and Executive Director from May 17th, 2023 in submission to this committee.
I'd like to add that our local IATSE 873, our members in 2022, just in wages, they were afforded $500 million in wages, and the majority of our membership does live in the City of Toronto, specifically centered around production hubs such as Pinewood Studios, 629 Eastern, 65 Heward, and 777 Kipling in Etobicoke. We currently have 15 productions and 6 more coming into the city. We are the second largest Canadian local. Our members celebrated internationally, as Peggy has said. Our film technicians in Toronto choose to live in the City of Toronto because we work extremely long hours, and the ability to get home in a timely fashion is not only important to our membership, but it's important to union leaders. I'm here to also support the committee, to ask the committee to accept the recommendations of the staff report on the proposed provincial planning statement, specifically as it relates to the film industries, the industry to revise the employment area definition to explicitly include film production, maintain the current time frame for when a conversion of employment lands can be considered, and confirmation that the film production will continue to be considered manufacturing for purposes of land use. I'd also like to say that strengthening land use policy protections for all employment areas to ensure that these lands support the economy and are viable over the long term, and maintaining current definitions of affordable housing and low and moderate income households. Without studio spaces to attract productions and adequate housing to provide stability to our workforces, we cannot realistically prosper. The importance of the film industry in Toronto, I think everybody is more than aware of the contribution that this industry gives to the city and to, of course, the province. And we want to ensure that provincial land use planning regime protects these lands in order to protect our industry now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go together. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Crisanti.
Hi.
Hi.
Did I hear correctly that you wanted to maintain the current time frame for the five-year MCR cycle, or not?
Yes.
You do want to maintain it?
Isn't that what the board is recommending?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you said in your presentation.
Yeah, because that gives stability, planning, being able to randomly choose to change the zoning for our studio productions. Like we have Star Trek, which comes in and spends 5 years.
Love that show.
Spends 5 years at the same facility. That gives stability to and continues to employ the same people year in and year out. That gives stability to our members and to the industry in the city.
Okay, thank you. That's just one clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so we're all good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think our final speaker is Peter Baha. Peter, are you online? We have unmuted a telephone number. So you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Is that Peter?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, sorry about that.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect, thank you. For the record, my name is Peter Prajaj. I'm the president of Dufferin Gate Studios. I'm here on behalf of some of the studio owners and just wanted to kind of reiterate certain things that everybody's already said. The film industry is changing Toronto from the inside out. One of the big things in the Toronto area, which I'm very concerned with, which is happening right now, especially with the new rules, is that I just want to make sure, and again, reiterate what everybody's reiterating, that the studio space, production space should be included in the manufacturing industrial segment. One of the things people don't realize is that 95% of all of the studios in the city are really conversions of older industrial warehousing type buildings. And that needs to be maintained because that is the core of where our industry comes from. Except for Pinewood, everything else in the industry has been conversions of industrial spaces that has generated all of this energy and jobs in the city. Again, I'm going to reiterate what everybody else already said is the other concern from a studio owner's perspective in terms of bringing new opportunities, bringing new studio space to the city is the ability to also think long term. I understand people were saying a 5-year, when we frankly have to invest a lot more onto a space to even cover our cost in 5 years sometimes. So, that time frame from 5 to 10 years is not sometimes even enough from a long-term perspective. You can certainly do that when you're building things, but most people don't, again, understand that 50% of the industry is not custom-built studios, or it's frankly a lot more than that. It's industrial space that leads for the 5 years or 10 years. So if a property owner decides after 5 years to convert it back into condos, it will devastate the industry in terms of people bringing in new opportunities to the city, because that's a very short term to invest and to get your returns back. And then it just will make new studio development, especially on the conversion side, completely impossible. I know I'm speaking as a studio owner who not only brings jobs, but also has to do the math in terms of plus and minuses and make sure that we do what we need to in the city to grow. We in the past 3-4 years, developed about 7 new studios and brought new opportunities to the city. But again, a lot of these, my concern is employment land concerns and the fact that we may not be able to hold on to a lot of these lands for too long will really put a lot of pressure on a new development in this industry. I'll stop now and then just if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any. I will thank you for your deputation. Thanks for joining us today. All righty. Do we have any questions for staff? Councillor Crisanti.
I know, Mr. Chair, I just want to be sensitive to the time frame here. It's almost 12:30. But I do want to ask, just back to the question I asked earlier to the deputant. Currently, can you describe the current official plan review cycle? And because there's a recommendation here that we maintain the current time frame for conversion, but it also says absent the municipal comprehensive review. What does that part of it mean?
Through the chair, Councillor, we currently follow like a 5-year pattern of and what we call a municipal comprehensive review, in that conversion requests and changes to employment lands get considered through that exercise only. They don't get considered by individual applicants.
Through the MCR?
Yeah, through the MCR. So that's kind of the process, and I think this is round 2. We've done it over the last 10 years. It's served us well, and we've heard that from deputants, that it provides a really good level of certainty about the rules of the game, so to speak.
Sure.
And especially considering, the land values and where we're going with that in the city. But what we meant by that recommendation is that even if the province takes away that municipal comprehensive review, we should still maintain a cycle of certainty.
Internal cycle.
Like, yeah, a review cycle, so that we don't end up, entertaining these things at every meeting for, every year. I think it's brought a level of certainty. It's brought a level of investment clarity to employment lands. We heard just the example of Star Trek, and spending a lot of money. They want to know that they're not going to be having to shut down in 2 years because someone comes along and gets a rezoning for a condo next door. That's just not going to work for them. And that is why the regularity and consistency is so important. And besides, we're not needing to convert these lands to achieve our housing goals.
So if we maintain this cycle and there's good potential development opportunities that we may be interested in, so what does a developer do if they just missed a 5-year cycle? Now what happens? They sit back and wait 5 years?
Well, I mean, we've managed it well, I think, over the last 10 years. People have come to expect this kind of cycle in the development business, in the development industry. And we also left a window open for a whole year. So for a whole year, people could have, they realized we were going through this process. It was well promoted through our official plan review. They had a year to come forward and make their case, and 150 of them did. So I don't think there's any lack of opportunity, if you will, for landowners to avail themselves of this. But on the other hand, it's like good parenting. You want to have some rules of the game, so that you're managing your affairs consistently and diligently.
Last question, because we got to move on. Is this consistent with other municipalities and what they do as a rule throughout Ontario or Canada, for that matter?
Well, for Ontario, we're governed by the Ontario Planning Act, and yes, it is consistent with other municipalities.
So 5-year cycles?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Any speakers? I have a motion, but any other speakers? Okay, very quickly, this is a motion here that we have run past staff, of course, and based on the consultation, the feedback we heard from our deputants today, City Council requests that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing undertake dedicated consultation with affected industry stakeholders, like the film sector that we heard from today, on any changes or policies related to protecting employment lands in advance of proceeding with the proposed provincial planning statement. I will note that they, when did they extend that consultation period now?
To August the 4th.
To August the 4th. So I think they're recognizing that they probably have some more work to do on this, and this would have our staff and City Council make that request. So
Would your motion put on hold what we're currently doing here? And
no.
Are we going to wait for this information?
It's supplement. There's no hold. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone okay with that? All in favor? Okay. That carries. Item as amended. It carries. Stand by, committee. We're not done. Okay. No, we're not. First of all, I have to adopt the minutes of the last meeting, so just hang on 1 minute. Yeah. There's also an opportunity on the mid-rise guidelines performance standards. If anyone would like to reopen that and direct staff to consult on all of the elements of the mid-rise performance standards, there's an opportunity for anyone who voted against that to reopen that now. It's an opportunity. If people would like to do that, they can do it. I'm putting it on the table.
No, and Councillor Fletcher's not here, so.
Well, that's okay. She's not here.
It's not okay.
Well, she should be here. You're right. I agree. Well, I can move a motion to approve the minutes. I will move that from the April 27th, 2023 meeting. All in favor? Okay. That's up to Councillor Myers.
Yes, well, I would like to ask staff some questions before, and I understand we want to leave at 12:30 for the select. On the mid-rise.
0.5, yeah. So we will recess for lunch. Okay, thank you. like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the reminder. We'd like to take another look at.
I'm happy to just raise that.
Yep, okay. So we're going to.
Councillor Fletcher, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My intention here is to reopen the vote that we had around the mid-rise guidelines. I've had a chance to speak to the chief planner. My concern, honestly, colleagues and Mr. Chair, was that the impression was we have to reopen it because nothing's working and nothing's being built. And I think that's an unfortunate impression because a lot is actually happening. And I'll just clarify as well that, yes, I was out of the room for half an hour. I did let everybody know I was not going to be here, but you and Councillor Matlow were out the whole day at TEYCC, and we had issues with quorum there. So
I think you pointed that out at the time,
I don't think we should be talking like that, but you said that, and I'm not going to ask for an apology. I'm just clarifying how the world works, because now Councillor Malik isn't here. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will move to reopen that item, and we can deal with the item number 1, the motion that was recorded vote on adding the world into mid-rise guidelines.
I'd like to support my motion. So she'd like to reopen that, and then she'd like to vote for it, and then it'll pass.
I'll reopen that. Now that I understand what the chief planner will do, I feel quite comfortable with that.
That's okay. I'm sorry about the delay. Too much delay. So here's the motion in front of us again. Everybody has an opportunity to redo the vote, and I'll call for a recorded vote. I think it is reopened. I think you reopened it.
You reopened it, right?
Oh, I reopened.
So here it
Okay.
is.
Thank you.
So, all in favor, recorded vote?
The motion before you, all those in favor, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata, that motion carries. And that's it. We were just.
We voted for the motion not to reopen. We voted for this, in favor of this.
You always did. Some people didn't, and they're having the opportunity to get on the right side of the record, and it just passed.
Sorry, Councillor. Your remarks are not appreciated. I have a right to check. I have a right to make sure that it doesn't look like we're not moving, and that there'd be a very good consultation run by the chief planner. So
That's what we're doing.
your opinion is it's the right side of the record. My opinion is it's due diligence, and I think you should use your office of the chair from a higher, loftier place. Thank you.
Thank
You
you
are
for-
the chair.
Thank you for your
You're not
feedback.
just a regular councillor at this table at the moment.
Thank you for your feedback, Councillor
You're right.
Fletcher. Okay, so I think that's it. So item as amended, is that needed? No?
No, you've moved the current motion.
Okay. So then we just need a motion to adjourn.
You just need to adjourn.
Adjourn. We're adjourned. Thanks very much. Another productive meeting. Thanks to our staff team, thanks to clerks, and we'll see you all soon.
I thought we had more. I could have just missed it. Left it. Yeah, we did, because you have to stop saying that nothing works.